three. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, we're coming to you live from the Arthur Chung Conference Center at Liliendale, Greater Georgetown. We're here at this year's Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2023. I'm one of your hosts, Kristen Macklingam, and with me is Christopher Holder.
It's certainly good to be here with you for yet another expo. The last 3 expos that were hosted here were really sell-offs, and there is much expectation for this year's event. A lot of investment accrued out of last year's investment forum, and it is hoped that this year we'll have some more of that.
Yes. Well, before we talk about the Investment Forum and Expo directly, let's talk a little bit about the agriculture sector in Guyana. Now, it's in the midst of significant transformation due to the dedicated efforts by the government of Guyana, which is hoping to diversify and invest in ensuring food security. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, the government has certainly demonstrated their commitment to the development of the agriculture sector, even as it forges ahead with its oil and gas ambitions. That, of course, is firmly on track to taking us to greater heights. But along with that, they're working very hard on ensuring that the agriculture sector in Guyana is developed, is modernized, and our farmers are able to be able to take advantage of all the opportunities in ensuring a successful crop every time. We're talking here about diversification, the cultivation of value-added crops and so on. And we see our farmers and others getting involved and heeding the call of government in terms of diversifying and going into those high-value crops. We see corn and soy doing well. When those of you go to the exhibition after this, you'll see videos that showcases the progress being made with corn and soybean. A lot of progress being made in the other areas. Minica is now going to be cultivated in the Dicama savannas as well. More and more persons are getting involved in the cultivation of corn and soy in the hinterland. So it's really catching on. People are heeding the call to get on board and to really invest in agriculture in all its forms.
Yes, Chris. Now, this ambitious program is set to reduce the extra regional food imports in the Caribbean by 2025. And under this vision, Guyana is primed to fulfill its long-standing potential as the Caribbean's primary source of agricultural abundance.
Yeah, in this regard, I mentioned just now corn and soybean cultivation. Now, the trajectory that they're on right now, we'll see a reduction in the imports of inputs for stock feed in Guyana by 50%. Current imports of stock feed inputs, corn and soybean mainly, is valued at about $10 million US. So we're looking at a reduction by 2025 of $20 million US. So that's a significant saving. And that's not 25% reduction in keeping with the 25 by 2025 vision. This is a 50% reduction. So in terms of corn and soybean production, we're way ahead of the curve.
Speaking of reduction, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, he had interceded on behalf of poultry farmers with the commercial banks to have interest rates reduced by 3%. It was around 8% and now it's just about 5%.
Yeah, certainly progress in that regard. And to his credit, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali has certainly been pushing the envelope as regards he's been walking the walk, as it were, and really motivating all in the sector to do better, to really commit to this journey that we're all on. And the whole fortune of the CARICOM and Guyana are all interchanged, intertwined. And so when we do good, the rest of the Caribbean will do well too.
Yes. Now let's talk a little bit about sugar. You know the history of sugar in Guyana. A number of sugar estates were being shuttered under the previous administration, and now those estates are being opened. Quite recently, the Rose Hall estate was reopened and was actually started to grinding in October month.
Yeah, well, they had some teething problems, as would have been expected, but they ironed out those kinks. That estate was basically abandoned and left to rot in the sun, literally. And so when they went back to that estate in 2021, early 2021, I remember talking to the engineer there. He was disheartened at what he saw. He was not sure that he would have been able to bring this back to life, as it were. And 2 years later, we see that is a miracle.
Yes.
I went back there again the other day, and I was amazed at the transformation. It's not only about a new coat of paint. Everything is just fresh. You walk into Kanji, in any shop in Kanji, you go around to the market area, and you will see light shining in the eyes of all those residents of Kanji. I remember that community was decimated by the closure of the estate, and so with the opening of it, I can see new life being infused into that community.
Yes, Chris. Just earlier you touched a bit about the soybean production. Now that is something that the government is embarking on heavily, and we're talking not just about the diversification of crops like soybean, but there's also the black belly sheep and these other type of livestock as well. How do you think this is going to help the farmers and the country on a whole?
Well, the black belly project is coming along nicely. While they're awaiting the arrival of the final 150 black belly from Barbados, our farmers on the ground are preparing their pens to receive these black belly sheep. And the idea here is to cross those black belly animals with the local or the meatier and breeds of sheep, as it were. And so all that is happening behind the scenes. The program will be rolled out early next year, as soon as the 150 remaining arrive in Guyana.
All right, Chris. As much as I'd like to continue this right now, let's hear a little bit from our other host, Lyndon Davidson, who is over at the ribbon cutting area where they will have the official opening ceremony of this year's Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. Over to you, Lyndon.
Right, continuing with our conversation here at the Arthur Chong Conference Center. We're talking about Agri-Expo 2023. Thank you so much, Kristen and Chris. You guys were talking a lot about the corn and soya sector, and I just want to give a little bit of information here. And it says as of the first half of 2023, Guyana has cultivated some 3,000 acres of soybean and over 1,200 acres of corn. Now, the government says that this is committed to, they're committed rather to ensuring that by the end of 2026, there will be some 50,000 acres of land cultivated in corn and soya. And yes, we're talking about the diversification of the agriculture sector here in Guyana. We're traditionally known for rice and sugar. And of course, you got those cash crops as well. And it's really good that the government is really paying a lot of attention on diversifying the sector, because the common consensus is in the Caribbean and here in Guyana as well that Guyana is prime when it comes to lands for agriculture and that type of thing. So we are the ideal location when it comes to being able to produce those high-valued crops. And if we're talking about lowering our food import bill by 2025, by 25% by 2025, then being able to diversify the sector is going to be so key. And that is one of the commitments of the government of Guyana since taking over office, rather, to ensuring that the sector is diversified. And we have all these high-value crops. And of course, this expo offers those investors who are going to be here coming into Guyana, particularly for the forum, and of course, to be able to get a glimpse of the exhibition as well, some of the areas that they will be able to invest in. And it's very, very key. We're going to have so many companies, local companies that are going to be here. We're told that there are about 100, they're about agro-processors. Just in to the back of where I am, if you go straight down to the back, you're going to get to the main area where you're going to meet those booths. And of course, you're going to get to the section as well, where they're going to be those agro-processors. So over 150 exhibitors are going to be here today based on what we're told. And of course, those agro-processors as well. We are told also that there are going to be some 30 companies that are coming from overseas in terms of agro-processors. we've been talking a lot about the fact that our agro-processors have been really working hard to improve, one, on the quality of products they produce, and of course the labeling and packaging. And there have been significant investments in those areas as well in terms of what the government has been doing, the Ministry of Agriculture has been doing in partnership with those organizations like the Manufacturing and Services Association and those other companies, GMC as well, to ensure that the local agro-processors are given the right types of incentives to be able to get their products going. We know there are a lot of talks, particularly when it comes to investments from the banking sector. I know President Ali has been really, really instrumental when it comes to that particular area as well. So we're going to see a lot of those, and those are some things we're going to be talking about today as it relates to investments, key investments in the agriculture sector. Now the program is just about to get underway in just a moment from now, but our coverage definitely continues. I'll toss it back to Kristen and Chris, but later on we'll come back to give you significant information as it relates to what will be happening here. Chris, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Lyndon. Now, Chris, let's talk about our president, Mohammed Irfan Ali, His Excellency. He's been leading the agri-sector for CARICOM, for a long time, and he's been pushing agriculture here. In fact, he's done a lot for the youth as well, by extension, the Agriculture Ministry providing land and giving them the opportunity, for things like soya, cauliflower, these type of things.
One of the biggest projects that he has spearheaded, or his baby as it were, is the youth empowerment, the youth entrepreneurial empowerment project, which is the Shade House project. That project has been a major success so far. I was looking at some of the figures coming out of the Shade House project at Monrepo, and the figures are amazing in terms of their production of those high-value crops. We're talking here cauliflower, lettuce is now a big man, carrots and so on. They are also growing bell peppers, those big bell peppers that sell for $1,100 at Massey supermarkets for $2. They are supplying the high-end restaurants in Guyana. And you have approximately 200 youths involved in this project. They are former graduates they are graduates of the University of Guyana and the Guyana School of Agriculture. Now, in next year's budget, it is already being intimated that that project is going to be expanded to include students, graduates of those two institutions from all across Guyana. So all 10 administrative regions of Guyana will see the Shade House project rolled out in their communities. So we'll see more young people getting involved in agriculture and the business of agriculture. And one of the things Minister Mustafa and President Dr. Irfan Ali has been promoting is to seeing agriculture for what it is, a business, and not some punishment that you got to do because you behaved bad. Remember, in school, we were punished by being told to go weed some grass with an old dull cutlass in the garden, which wasn't really a garden, some bush. But so we grew up thinking, this is terrible. If you fail, that's what you'll have to do. But now we're seeing the value of agriculture, and so they're pushing. So one of the things that the president has also been promoting is providing the necessary tools for youths and farming in general. So instead of a cutlass to weed, you have a brush cutter. Instead of watering the plants with a spray can, now you have a mist blower or a powered spray can, so you just point and spray. So, that menial aspect of it is no longer necessary. It's mechanized, and that's the future of agriculture. If we're going to scale up, we don't want to do, as is done in the hinterland, subsistence farming. We want to do farming in a commercial level, commercial scale. So the cutlass and the hoe will no longer do. You need to have the equipment, the machinery necessary to do it. One of the examples that were shared with me by Takama Gold is that when they started with what they had, an ordinary combine. The spread of it was about 12 feet. So it would take forever to harvest 200, 300 acres. They've upscaled now. They have a 45-foot header on a huge mechanized tractor. You map it out, and the tractor drives itself. Harvest your entire field. You don't have to do anything except sit down and make sure it don't cut off. It wouldn't, of course, because that's the technology. So we're looking here at a sector that is being modernized, fueled, of course, by the enthusiasm and drive of our president. And so, therefore, this infectious nature of our president in talking about agriculture, in selling its virtues, and his assurances to the nation that we got you. We got you. This thing is here to stay, and we want it to grow. And it's infectious. Our farmers are becoming enthused. More and more young people are getting involved, more and more of our ordinary people. There are various forms of agriculture. We see agro-processing is now taking its rightful place. The GMC is doing a wonderful job, of course. And so facilitating the growth of the sector. Again, all fueled by the president.
Yes. And speaking about youths in agriculture and the budget, just this year alone, $200 million was allocated for this youth agricultural project by the president. And out of this, about 300 shade houses are expected to be built by the end of this year. Now, what are the importances of shade houses, Chris?
It's controlled agriculture. When you plant out in the open, you see what's happening right now. You pray for rain, and you're sorry for the poor plants because they're wilting under the heat of the sun, especially during the drought-like conditions that we're enjoying right now. Under a shade house, you're able to shade the plants, first of all. There are two types of material used. You have the shade house plastic, which is UV plastic, so that ultraviolet rays of the sun, you cut back on that. So you have that, and then you have the mesh, which allows sunlight, it allows rain in, some rain. People use sometimes both. The plastic, of course, will not allow any rain to get in, but you have your sprinklers, your drip irrigation, and so on. And so your plants are fed. There's fertigation. So there's a tank, and you have the irrigation system hooked up to that, and it's feeding the plants continuously, drip, drip, drip. So those plants are under no stress. So you control the outcome for the most part.
We talked about almost everything except rice. And over the next 3 days during this Expo and Forum, a new type of rice is expected to be launched.
That's the biofortified rice introduced to Guyana. It has been undergoing significant trials, extended trials, and recently they concluded the field trials in Blackbush at the Nari Research Station there. And so all parties are excited about the results of those trials. You're talking about 45 to 55 bags per acre in terms of yield. And there is, of course, the added value. It's zinc fortified, so you don't have to go use zinc tablets anymore. You eat your fortified rice, your zinc fortified rice. Our international partner in ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation and Agriculture, they've played a significant role in introducing this variety to Guyana and have been steadfast in their support, providing technical support, and otherwise in ensuring that this is where we are now at the point of launching this variety commercially.
All right. So back to the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. This is the second time Guyana will be hosting this event, and it's the third time since it was introduced. The second was in Trinidad and Tobago. And for today's opening ceremony, we will be seeing remarks from Dr. Armstrong Alexis, who is the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. We're going to see other addresses done by our President, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. We will also hear from the Minister of Agriculture, Zulfikar Mustafa. It's expected that our Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips, also speak. And we will also have two other distinguished guests in attendance.
It's going to be a packed 3 days, and we are having a lot of guests.
And in fact,
we've seen the arrival of Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdeo. He's accompanied there by Agriculture Minister Zulfikar Mustafa,
yes,
who has been a live wire in the agriculture sector. He too is full of enthusiasm. Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, of course, there in the wings, providing the necessary support in all the areas. And so he's also here, first to arrive in our list of dignitaries to arrive here this morning.
Yes, and the fact that Guyana is hosting the third of this Investment Forum and Expo bodes well not only for the country but for the Caribbean, because it is expected that a number of investment deals are inked here.
Yes, a lot of memorandums of understanding are going to be signed beginning tomorrow. I think Cuba is going to be signing an MOU with Guyana for some form of collaboration, the details of which I suppose we'll learn later on. But it's all good. It's coming together for Guyana, for the Caribbean, for CARICOM. And this event here is going to be a catalyst. The other two, we've seen investments come out of it. The Israeli company is here, coming out of the last investment forum. And they have set up shop at Mon Repos. They're doing some hydroponic, some modern, fancy-looking hydroponic. You go there and think it's a spaceship or somebody preparing for aliens to land or something. It's really classy.
Now, Chris, what exactly is this hydroponic thing?
It's growing without soil. It's growing in a liquid that is fortified with the necessary nutrients that will allow for the plants to grow.
Oh, and that is definitely going to take us, advance us quite faster.
Yeah, but it's all part of smart agriculture.
Yeah.
You wanna cultivate in a way that guarantees success every time. You plant out in the open, it's a chance you're taking. You're at the mercy of the weather, the vagaries of the weather these days. It's either too much rain or now too little rain. I was in Essequibo yesterday and all the rice fields are plowed, they're ready to be planted, and they're all patiently waiting on the rain to come. Now when will the rain come? Whenever it comes, they're ready.
Now, during last year's Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, several key issues were discussed on the way forward to help CARICOM member states, collaborate more and faster and become, a lively Caribbean. And one of the issues was regional transportation.
That has been a bugbear that has hindered the growth of the trade in agricultural produce in the region. Our leaders, our president, the agriculture minister, even Vice President Dr. Jagdeo, they've all been talking with our regional leaders in terms of ensuring that we are able to.
And Chris, I'm sorry to cut you here, but now we have our Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips, coming in, and he is being accompanied by the Minister of Natural Resources, Vikram Bharat.
Our Prime Minister has also been integrally involved in spreading the message to our farmers, to the nation, about the importance of agriculture, of everyone playing a role in agriculture, whatever form that might be. It's agro-processing, it has supplier, input suppliers. You have a whole lot of opportunity available in agriculture for everyone to get involved. Of course, we can't all be farmers, we can't all be agro-processors. We don't all have the space in our yard to have a kitchen garden. But now, through NARI and its model farms, they're showcasing how you can actually farm still, even though you have concrete in the yard. They're talking about grow bags. So the dirt is in the grow bag, and it's going to be showcased. You have some right here. So it's going to be allowing more persons. You put 2 tomato plants in your yard and you have tomatoes for the family, unless you want to do it commercially, then maybe you have to have a lot more bags. But generally speaking, if you have 2 Balange plants, it can feed a family. Once it starts bearing, you can have a meal from that every week.
And speaking of what Guyana can do and can offer, when was the last time you visited the Guyana shop under the Guyana Martin Corporation?
I was there for the 11th anniversary celebration earlier this week.
They really have some fabulous products and packaging there.
That has been one of the critical areas of focus, upping the presentation of local produce. You go in there and you think that, these things were imported, but it's all being produced right here under the direction of the new Guyana Marketing Corporation. They are providing a service to farmers allowing them to have those. They're importing the material, the raw material. They're printing the labels, designing and printing the labels. They're providing the caps for those bottles and the seals for those bottles. So our farmers are able to produce at a level that allows them now to access markets within the region. Now, along with the work of the New Guyana Marketing Corporation, the Bureau of Standards have also been helping out. Their technical people have been working with our agro-processors in terms of helping them to lift the standard and ensure that they produce in accordance with internationally accepted levels of standards that will allow them to enter those markets.
Right. And I'm also seeing that our Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Hugh Todd, has arrived.
Okay.
And also the former president, Donald Rampatar, is here.
Yes, he has been in the news recently, and he has certainly been vocal. If I'm not wrong, he has a farm too, but but you know, agriculture has certainly caught on. I have been covering agriculture in Guyana now for approximately 30 years or more, and so I am on the ground every day, every week, engaging with the farmers through Minister Mustafa, of course, and learning firsthand how they're managing, hearing their stories and their successes.
Yes. And let's talk a little bit about women, their involvement in agriculture. Now, last year at the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, this was another issue that the heads of state and the ministers sought to, improve and address.
Yes, and it's happening. Women are involved in agriculture. A lot of the agro-processors are women. In Essequibo and in the hinterland, a lot of the agro-processors there are women. Those persons who are engaged in packaging pepper pot. I don't know if you've seen packaged pepper pot, instant pepper pot.
Yes, I actually saw that.
We now have instant cook-up.
I did not know that.
I saw that earlier this week. And most of the persons engaged in those, producing those products are women. Yesterday, I was in the Pomeroon, and we were visiting farmers who have benefited from the Ministry of Government's block drainage program. This was one of the problems, one of the fixes requested by residents of the Pomeroon, Lower Pomeroon, or is it Upper Pomeroon, where they were flooded out very often. And they thought that if they had this block drainage, where you build dams around the area and allow controlled inlet, outlet of water, that they would be better off. Agriculture Minister Mustafa listened and was able to provide that. So what we did yesterday was to go and look at the impact of those interventions. And all of the beneficiaries, for the most part, were women, and many of them over 60. And they're still involved in agriculture. We were joking around with one of them, and she said she hasn't been sick for the last 10 years. Agriculture is certainly working for her.
Now, an event like this, it provides numerous opportunities in various forms and manners. Last year, they had just over 250 exhibitors, local, foreign, regional, and this year it's expected to have way more. Not just a little more, but way more, because all of the booths were already sold out days before, and people were still signaling their interest to be a part of this investment forum.
Testimony to how many more booths you have this year. We were not allowed to park in here because they've used up all the car parking space for booths. You have booths all the way around to the back here, all the way around there. So both sides of the conference center and at the back utilized for booths. So you can tell the explosion of interest by all concerned with agriculture. They've come on board and they want to be part of this regional event, this important event that is expected to catapult us forward significantly as we seek to advance food and nutrition security in the Caribbean.
Right. So let me bring you back a little bit about rice. I know you have a lot of experience in the agriculture sector. We are supposed to be having 2 new drying floors by the end of this year operational. What is the purpose of a drying floor for persons out there who might not understand how important it is?
You might have driven down the road from time to time and you would have seen paddy lining the side of the street. Public roads on the Quarantine, particularly in Blackbush.
Region 5, Region 3.
Region 5, Region 3.
Region
all
2.
the rice growing areas. So it causes some problems for those using the roadways. And so some time ago it was decided that they would create these drying floors. So this is for a very large area, concreted, that allows the farmers to go in there and dry their paddy safely away from the roadway to discontinue that process of blocking traffic and so on, or the practice of blocking traffic and so on. And so it has served its purpose, it continues to serve its purpose, but again, we're planting a lot of rice. So you need a lot of drying floors. We need a lot of space to dry the paddy. Now, here's why you want to dry the paddy. Sometimes it rains just before you harvest. You go to the mill and the grade you get is determined by a lot of factors, including moisture content. So you want to take your paddy to the field. It must be as dry as possible. The drier it is, the better for you. Your grade goes up. Of course, there are other factors like how many broken grains in it, how many damaged grains that is, how much trash in it, like a lot of straw and so on. They don't want all that in it. So these drying floors are a way to help the farmer earn more of the milk.
I see also now we have our Minister of Youth, Culture and Sport arriving, Charles Ramson. And more persons are trickling as we speak.
Well, the chairs are filling up fast. Just 10 minutes ago, I was thinking where are all the people, but here we are, 10 minutes later, and it's almost filled.
And speaking about farmers, you know, one thing that affects Guyana frequently is the issue of flooding. And the government, over the last 3 years, it has been providing assistance to farmers, not only in terms of the tangible things like the fertilizers and the feed and these things, but the monies to indigenous communities. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Well, the money has been basically to offset the losses they might have suffered from flooding. But they have been providing help in terms of providing seedlings, seeds. For the hinterland communities, they've been providing bait, the Acushi ant bait, because this is one of the major problems for hinterland farmers. Recently, the government rolled out its Black Giant program for single-parent or vulnerable households, mainly single-parent women and so on, and so physically impaired males or, otherwise challenged in one way or the other. And so they have been benefiting from this Black Giant chicken program where they're provided 20, 25 Black Giant chickens. They can rear those and earn some money from the sale of eggs. Of course, they could always eat it out at the end of the day, but the idea is for them to be able to make a living, or at least to provide for their own needs in terms of eggs. But not only the birds that the chicks are provided, they provide feed, 1 month worth of feed to those persons who are receiving the Black Giant chickens. So across the board, government has been providing the support farmers need in one form or another. And so our farmers are indeed growing in confidence that government has their backs and that Minister Mustafa and His Excellency are not blowing smoke.
Now, this year's theme, Accelerating Vision 25 by 2025, it really means strongly addressing the issue of food insecurity in the Caribbean. Many persons didn't realize how important this was until COVID-19 hit, and there were issues in terms of exports, imports, access to food items and the prices. How are we doing so far here in Guyana?
We're getting there. We're getting ahead. So it's all a work in progress. I'm happy. I'm confident that we're on the right track, and we have the right leaders taking us in a direction that will solidify our role in the Caribbean as the breadbasket of the Caribbean.
You know, I'm extremely happy because of the fact that we're putting so much of emphasis and effort into the non-oil economy. There are many people out there who were saying that Guyana is going to take advantage of the incomes that we receive from the oil proceeds, of course. But the main thing is that our country is not giving up on agriculture. Agriculture has been the backbone, particularly rice and sugar in previous years. And it's really, really amazing to know that it's still alive and kicking, and the drive behind it is so big.
Certainly. There has been not even a slight let up in this drive to modernize our agriculture sector and to provide the necessary resources. We've seen the national budget for agriculture grow from $13 billion in 2020 to today. If we add in the subvention, the additional allocations of $8 billion, then we're looking at 40 billion Ghana dollars. A major increase in allocation to the sector. This new budget for 2024 is going to be out soon, at least within the first few months of the new year, if not this year, because this government is...
Did you have a sneak peek?
We've been talking, and so there are indications that there will be a significant hike in budgetary allocation for agriculture, because it's going to be necessary if we're going to provide the necessary resources to move to the next level. It's going to happen. I think this is going to be a whopping budget for 2024. It's all going to be good for the agriculture sector in Guyana.
Now, Chris, one thing I've noticed in this crowd is a lot of school children are here attending this opening ceremony. And speaking of school children and schools, the Education Ministry has been ramping up on its efforts to push agriculture in the classrooms.
Yeah, so a lot of the agriculture departments which were left alone and neglected, more or less. Well, not neglected, but there wasn't much emphasis on pushing it or equipping it. Still had the cutlass and the whole kind of operation. But Minister Mustafa has been ensuring that he provides all the schools with the necessary materials to go in the direction of climate smart agriculture. So they've been providing shade house material, they're providing the technical support and so on for those schools to guide them in the right direction, to allow for the youths to become involved in agriculture, not only from a field or garden standpoint, but from all aspects. They're taken on tours to the Ghana School of Agriculture, to the National Agricultural Research and Extension Institute, NARI, to GLDA, to see agriculture in action, see where it's guided, where the technical people are, to interact with them. They're taken to agro-processing facilities to see firsthand how these products are produced. Imami, for instance, a popular place for schools to go to, so that they can see where the green seasonings and the mustards and so on are produced, and feel for the business of agriculture.
Now, we've been talking a lot about crops, cash crops, livestock, but Chris, one thing we didn't really touch on as yet is aquaculture, the fishing industry. What's happening there?
The Aquaculture Center, the Saturday Saw Aquaculture Center in Monrepo, in 2021 signed a contract, 21 million Ghana dollars for the expansion of that operation. So they're like the heart of the Aquaculture Center in Guyana. And they're responsible for providing fingerlings, providing technical support to our nation's farmers, fishers. And of course, you have the inland fisheries, tilapia farming, tambaki farming, and then there's the big catchment on the Quarantine where the brackish water shrimp is farmed. An area of about 40 miles along the coast of the Quarantine. The Agriculture Ministry has provided millions in support to those farmers. Their ponds have been excavated and reset, allowing for an increase in production over the last 2 years. When the program started at the beginning of 2022, monthly production of brackish water shrimp 1,000. It is now at 95,000 tons monthly.
Wow,
And
that's great.
with the completion of the second half of that program, those are ponds on the northern side of the facade. We're looking at 120, 130,000 tons monthly. Export, of course, is going to be impacted. We're going to see more. Most of the brackish water shrimp is exported anyway. It has a special taste. It's our brand.
Yes.
A bucket of brackish water shrimp sells for about $40,000.
Wow.
Okay, so it's very lucrative. A lot of money to be made from brackish water shrimp farming. So Minister Mustafa has now decided, you know what, let's replicate this in Region 3, let's replicate this in Region 5, and now the groundwork is being laid for that to happen. We're going to see farmers engage in vaname farming, the prawns, which of course is a very high value commodity here in Guyana. You order a serving of prawns for $6,000 and you get 6. You're still hungry.
Yeah.
But this is where we want to go. Not only for local production or local consumption, but for export as well. We're eyeing the lucrative markets in North America, in Europe, the Caribbean perhaps. But first off, we have a whole lot of country out there. The Exxon operations out there, nearly 2,000 bodies, souls on board those FPSOs needing to eat. And so, a lot of our food is going there to help feed those people.
Now, Chris, it's quite windy out here. We have some good weather today.
Well, we're under the tent, so we aren't feeling the heat, but out there it's awfully hot.
Speaking of the heat, we are facing El Nino effects here.
Well, it's drought-like conditions. We're expecting, according to the Hydromet Service, we're expecting a slight relief from this heat in December, late November, December. Well, the Christmas rains that we usually have. But again, it's going to be very reduced rainfall. It's not going to be the rainfall we're accustomed to at that time. So it's still going to be drought-like conditions.
I see we are having more and more people coming in. Chris, can you see who's there, who's coming?
I think the president has arrived.
There's our president, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali. And there are his cabinet ministers waiting on the side to escort him in as well.
This president has certainly put together a very capable cabinet team.
Yeah.
You know, a chain is as weak as its weakest or as strong as its weakest link. And this team really has been working.
Yes, President Irfan Ali, he is a very energetic head of state. He is behind almost everything, day, night, weekend, holiday, working tirelessly, including his cabinet members who are out and about as well.
Certainly. There are a few standouts, of course, but we know them. In agriculture, well, I know who that is. I often go out on those outreaches, and he's the Energizer Bunny. He's very patient. Sometimes farmers are very strident in their protestations at what they believe to be neglect, but then
You may have your seats, please. His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and Mrs. Arya Ali, Honorable Brigadier Mark Phillips, Prime Minister, Honorable Donald Ramatar, former President of Guyana, and the Honorable Samuel Hines, former Prime Minister of Guyana, Honorable Ministers of the Cabinet of Guyana, and Honorable Ministers of Cabinets from around the Caribbean, former members of the Guyana Cabinet, Dr. Armstrong Alexis, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of the disciplined services, government officials at every level, members of the agriculture community at large, students, media, special guests and invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It's our privilege, Michelle and I, to welcome you here today to the second edition of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo under the theme, Achieving Vision 25 by 2025. Let me say this right at the beginning, that while we welcome you to the program, we promise you it will be a pretty short one because the place hot bad. We meet at a momentous time in this push for 25 by 25, where policy and practice, investment and profitability, technology and experience, and vision and hard work are coming together to create the momentum required to get to this ambitious goal. This event this weekend, like the first iteration last year, is another inflection point that we will look back at after 2025 and see its greater significance with the benefit of hindsight's perfect vision. But let's get on with today's program. I invite Michelle to get us going.
Thank you very much, Alex. All protocols already established. Good morning, everybody. We are missing a number of our CARICOM heads today, including the Honorable Prime Minister Mia Mottley. You may know that Barbados and the Windward Islands are bracing for a direct impact from Tropical Storm Tammy, so we keep them in our thoughts and we pray for the safety of the Barbadians and those in the Caribbean islands. And here in Guyana, as Alex said, we are in the midst of tropical drought-like conditions, and it is going to be another hot day because temperatures are rising. We can see it, we can feel it. And that is why we will continue to focus on climate resilience in this important sector. Agri-Investment Forum and Expo is another piece of the bigger puzzle of food security and building food systems in our region, and it has been an extremely busy month because agriculture work is important, it is urgent, and at the just concluded CARICOM Canada Summit, our president and other CARICOM leaders discussed several areas including trade and investment and food security. And locally, we are advancing important projects to support higher agricultural output, productivity, and diversity. And the person who is working with alacrity to make this happen is the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Chairman of the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, who we now invite for welcoming remarks at the opening ceremony of Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2023.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Excellency, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and First Lady, Honorable Brigadier Mark Phillips, Prime Minister of Guyana, former President, Cabinet colleagues, World Food Prize winner, Dr. Ratan Lal, he's here, special invitees, counterpart from the Caribbean, see Dr. Sabato is here from St. Vincent, distinguished delegates, Deputy Secretary General, CARICOM, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen, farmers, students. Today, I have the distinct honor of welcoming you all on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and by extension, the Government of Guyana, as we gathered for the Agri-Investment Forum 2023 under the theme Accelerating Vision 25 by 2025, Investing in Agribusiness and Food Security. This forum represents not just a meeting of minds, but a profound commitment to the future of agriculture in the Caribbean, a future that hinges on the critical importance of investment. Investments in agriculture are investment in the very bedrock of our nations. They are the seed of growth, the fruit for innovation, and the key to unlocking the vast potential of the agriculture sector. But agriculture isn't just a sector, it's a way of life, an economic pillar, and a source of sustenance for our people. Thus, our pursuit of investment in agriculture is a pursuit of resilience, prosperity, and food security. The purpose of this forum is clear: to foster investment in the Caribbean's agriculture sector that will intensify our efforts to achieve Vision 25 by 2025. This forum serves as a rallying call to government, investors, entrepreneurs, and stakeholders to come together, pool resources, and commit to the growth and transformation of the agriculture sector. The government of Guyana is fully committed to this cause. We recognize that diversification is key to unlocking the true potential of the agriculture sector. Since the last Agri-Investment Forum held in 2022, Guyana has made significant strides towards achieving the 25 by 2025 goal. We have witnessed investments sprout into flourishing agribusinesses, innovative projects, and increased agricultural productivity. Some of those projects are the introduction of corn and soybeans production for the poultry industry that currently imports over 25 million US worth in feed. Shade house technology for high-value crops like cauliflower, broccoli, carrots, among others. The expansion of the coconut industry to meet the increasing demand for both water and dry coconuts, and also to increase the production of agro-processing products from the coconut industry. Investment in the livestock industry in Guyana focus on expanding the mutton industry, poultry diversification with Black Giant's chicken, boosting poultry in the hinterland region, and constructing abattoirs to serve the cattle and swine sector. In terms of fisheries, Guyana has initiated projects for brackish water shrimp production, Vanami prawns production, and cage culture initiative with an initial investment totaling over 420 million Guyana dollars. Investment and agribusiness play a pivotal role in enhancing food security in our region by modernizing our agriculture practices, improving value chains, and leveraging technology and innovation. We can bolster our capacity to produce, store, and distribute food. In doing so, we not only feed our people, but also reduce our dependency on imports, enhance our resilience in the face of external shocks, and create new opportunities for the economic growth. Opportunities for investment in Guyana's agriculture sector are abundant. We boast vast tracts of arable land, abundant freshwater resources, and supportive regulatory framework. There is an array of opportunities to invest along the entire agri-value chain, and we invite investors to explore these opportunities, become partners in our journey, and reap the reward of contributing to the growth and sustainability of the agriculture sector. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to all participants, investors, and stakeholders who have joined us on this transformative journey. Let us engage in meaningful dialogue, forge partnership, and commit resources to drive the transformation of the agri-food system. Together, we can make the 25 by 2025 target a reality, and we can usher in a brighter, more prosperous, and food-secure future for our region. May this Agri-Investment Forum serve as a beacon of hope for agriculture and food security in the region. Once again, I welcome you, and those who are visiting our country, may you enjoy the hospitality that awaits you to make this an unforgettable experience. Welcome, and let's the discussion start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mustafa. Indeed, a beacon of hope in a time when around the world we can get concerned and anxious about all that is happening. But we certainly want to acknowledge our farmers, our fisher folk, our agro-processors, those who are not physically with us today at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, but are probably watching, listening, or tuned in via the various live streams. Of course, we also want to acknowledge our students in their hundreds here today from the Guyana School of Agriculture, from the University of Guyana, from the President's Youth Council, from the One Guyana Agriculture Incorporated. Later today, they will be commissioning a very important project. We'll hear more about them and that project, and they're from all 10 regions. So let's give them a warm welcome to the coast, to the city, and we look forward to their involvement in this important forum. Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, like last year, will continue to heighten awareness of all the transformations ongoing. We heard some of them from our minister just now. And the CARICOM's agri-food system and the 25 by 25 initiative as we build our agri-food systems across the Caribbean region. And to give remarks now, we now invite Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Armstrong Alexis, as we also acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Vice President of Guyana, Dr. Barrett Jagdeo.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies. With protocols having been established, let me just highlight a few persons. Excellency, the President of Guyana, Dr. Irfan Ali and Mrs. Ali. Honorable Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, the Prime Minister. Dr. Barrett Jagdeo, Vice President. Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, the Minister of Agriculture in Guyana, other specially invited guests from the government of this beautiful country, the Republic of Guyana, ministers from CARICOM member states, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to bring remarks on behalf of Dr. Carla Barnett, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, at this third iteration of a regional agricultural investment forum and expo being held here in Georgetown, Guyana today. This engagement allows us to build on the successes of the previous expos held last year in Guyana and Trinidad, which set the stage for some remarkable achievements over the past year. These include increased cross-border investments, identification of possible agricultural insurance products for farmers, adoption of a new game-changing regional agricultural policies, increased budgetary allocation to the agricultural sector in almost every CARICOM member state, and the establishment of the Youth in Agriculture Advisory Council. Ladies and gentlemen, there is also increased development by the development partners in support of CARICOM's visionary initiative, which seeks to implement strategies to decrease the region's food import bill by 25% by 2025, with noticeable private sector participation, as well as increased farmer and producer engagements. On behalf of the community, I express appreciation to His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali, the lead head for agriculture, agricultural diversification, food security in the CARICOM Quasi Cabinet, for his sterling leadership and commitment to the sector and to the food and nutrition security of our region. With these achievements as a backdrop, we are confident that this event today will respond to the needs of our region while contributing to the transformation of the agri-investment sector. I note that there are over 200 exhibitors and investors in attendance at this event. Given the high level of participation being displayed here today, I have every expectation of positive outcomes. I must recognize the farmers of our Caribbean community, the often unsung heroes in agriculture. Through innovation and steely commitment, they continue to produce high-quality crops despite the myriad of challenges which they face, such as predial larceny, various pest and disease outbreaks, and climate change. We also remain mindful of the efforts of the CARICOM Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security and the transformative process that it has fostered. Indeed, as we launch this third Expo today, we can affirm that the political will continues to exist and all stakeholders, including the private sector, remain steadfast. Despite our achievements so far, however, there remains the imperative to fully transform our food systems. This against the realities of the region's aging farmer population, the effects of climate change, technological advancements, a growing population, and the ongoing shift in demand for the type of food that the region consumes. These, ladies and gentlemen, are factors that we must continue to tackle head-on with the full participation of all stakeholders. We also need to consider the peculiarities that have long characterized the market of our region's agricultural sector. This includes market distortions where, despite low farm gate prices, the prices to the consumer are high. Also, from time to time, our regional producers must compete in a marketplace where the international competitors price their offerings below the cost of production. Our farmers are often unable to match these prices or compete on an international scale because of existing market distorting subsidies. It is therefore critical that we continue to explore opportunities to move up the value chain and transition to from being mere primary producers to food processors. This investment forum, therefore, offers precisely this opportunity to our farmers and our producers. The world food production needs to increase by 70% by 2050 if we are to feed the expanding global population, and this presents a golden opportunity for our region. Furthermore, it is imperative that collectively we confront not only the issue of the cost of a healthy diet, but very importantly also the real cost of unhealthy eating. On that score, we propose that an intervention to treat with this issue be fast-tracked. Ladies and gentlemen, at the forefront of our production efforts in the realities of climate change, according to analysis of temperature data from the European Commission's Copernicus Climate Change Service, 2023 has an 85 chance of being the hottest year on record. This presents yet another opportunity for our private sector to foster innovation and transformation by offering technological solutions which will help to drive or maintain the necessary levels of production in the sector. As we meet during this investment forum, under the theme Accelerating Investment in Vision 25 by 2025, we must determine to leave here with the firm investment decisions and conclusions that will positively contribute to the livelihoods of our region and our people. Our record has been impressive over the past 24 months. We do not have the luxury of time, however, and we must transform the agriculture sector. We must keep pressing on. Let us, therefore, remain focused on reducing the region's growing food import bill and on fostering food and nutrition security for the Caribbean community. Let us continue our strenuous actions to optimize the growth and development of the regional agricultural sector and to leverage the sector to empower our women and our young people. I wish you all, investors, farmers, and all stakeholders, a very successful forum and expo this coming 2 days as we seek to advance the agricultural priorities of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you and I wish you every success.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Armstrong Alexis, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Secretary General and other heads of CARICOM. They were in Canada just this week, and yesterday also we heard our president saying that, you know, CARICOM and Canada, our greatest blessing is a culturally rich society of diversity and tolerance coming together. And so it is now our pleasure to invite for a cultural presentation the members of the National Dance Company, Barbie's Delights, spoken word artist Daniela Araujao, Samuel Badas, and Nikita, as they give to us a cultural presentation as we open this very important Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2023. Let's give them a round of applause as they come on stage.
And now for this year's Agricultural Investment Forum and Expo's cultural presentation.
gata kita tadi mita kita tadi mitirana. Sapama gata kita tadi mita kita tadi mitirana. Sa riga kabari rigare ni sa riga kabari. Sapama gamama 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 gapaga gari sa nisa. Gari sa nisa. Don't stop me antes. Say yeah yeah yeah. Carissa, carissa, carissa. Carigaza, sa carigaza, sa carigaza. C'est comme si, c'est comme ça. Ma chérie, la 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 la. Carissa, carissa, carissa. Li babadani, babadisa.
is our time. So let progress and passion flow, for the country we carry beneath our chest is waiting. This is our time, for fruitful seeds were planted in Guyana's soil and is now being nurtured by its planters, our leaders. This is our time. And so, as we strive to achieve Vision 25 by 2025, we must recognize the importance of producing and trading. It requires upgrading from the development of agro-industries, the production of crops, to merely the planting of trees, the digitization of the sector, to the removal of trade barriers. This is our time. And in order for us to diminish that price by 2025, we must recognize the importance. We believe that our leaders and those who were appointed to fulfill this mission, they are committed. And so we are striving to compose a nation with purpose, lifting our heads and eyes to not what stand between us, but what stand before us, because we understand the need to put our future first. This is our time.
Is coming when we won't look like we used to. Just like a butterfly. Oh, we'll see it happen right before our eyes.
Oh, change is in the air, progress everywhere. It's unbelievable how far we've come. Guyana, hope on every face, felt by every race. One people, one nation, one destiny. The country is looking better, better than any better. It's a wonderful feeling. Oh, come from the rivers, come from the mountains, come from the city, come from the country. Oh, cause this is our time. One people, one nation. No segregation. Every nation. Everybody gather around, this is our time. One people, one nation. No segregation. Join in celebration. Everybody gather around, this is our time. Oh, 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 cause this is our time. Oh, 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 yes, this is our time. Let's come together and do our best for this nation. Oh, 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 oh. Build bridges where they've never been. One Guyana for the win. Sing, Nikita.
Oh, when me and my neighbors prosper, leave room for our sons and daughters.
It's the most beautiful feeling. Oh, come from the rivers, come from the mountains, come from the city, come from the country.
Let's go, let's go.
Cause this is our time. One people, one nation. No segregation. Join in celebration. Everybody gather round. This is our time. One people, one nation. No segregation. Join in celebration. Everybody gather round. This is our time. Oh, 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 oh. This is our time. Oh, 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 yes, this is our time.
Oh yeah, this is our time. Right now, this is our time.
Right now,
yeah, yeah, cause this is our time.
Right now,
Let we go, listen. This is our time. Come, let we go. Let them know this is our time. This is our time. Come, let we go. Let them know this is our time. This is our time. Come, let we go. Let them know this is our time.
our time, this is our time. Come, there we go, let them know this is our time.
It's time for my moves now. I didn't realize they had brought this extra one for me, or I would have participated. But there needs to be better communication from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport that was responsible for this production, so I would know when is my cue to get involved. I know that those who were sitting in the front row had particularly unique views of the cultural presentation. You could imagine the special views that Michelle and I had. But no more on that subject for today. If you want some useless information, it's now 31 degrees outside. If you wonder why you're feeling this hot, it's a real feel of 36 degrees, with the suggestion by some experts that under this tent we're probably feeling it 1 degree higher. But be cool, man. It's not the highest the temperatures will be today. We expect temperatures to rise to about 33 degrees with a real feel of 39, which really gives context to a lot of the discussions we're having, because it's difficult to talk about climate resilience. We'll talk about agricultural development without talking about climate resilience. The two things go together. And I guess the temperatures today help us to keep remembering that. Just another bit of information I want to share. I did at the beginning acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Samuel Hines. I've since been advised that all of the heads of missions are here with us today, and we want to just welcome you as well. At the beginning, I was mentioning a number of pieces that need to come together for this goal really to be achieved. And because we're in an Agri-Investment Expo, talking about profitability is important. One thing those who are studying these things would recognize is that there's a direct connection between policy and profitability. Without the right policy framework, it's difficult for people to invest and make a profit, which is what investors are seeking after. In Guyana, we have a unique situation where we have architects of policy that are instantly creating an environment of profitability as we drive hard at the goal of 25 by 25. And leading that policy for us is none other than His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan, President of Guyana. And please help me welcome him as he continues to articulate this important vision.
Thank you very much. Distinguished friends, leaders, farmers, but very importantly, today, I want to recognize the many young people we have in our audience today. The future belongs to you. And everything we are doing, all the work we are doing, all the investment we are making, we are setting the framework to ensure that you have a strong, prosperous, resilient, and sustainable future in Guyana. So that is the commitment of this government to all of you. Before I go further, I want to recognize a very distinguished guest of Guyana and the region, Professor Ratanlal. Professor Ratanlal was a 2019 awardee of the Japan Prize for Sustainable Soil Management for Global Food Security. In 2020, he was the recipient of the World Food Prize. He is now the Goodwill Ambassador of AICA. He is known globally as a renowned scientist on soil. I'll ask him to stand and for us to give him a warm Guyanese welcome. You know, these days, his services is demanded all over the globe. And he said to me that he's not traveling much. But having reviewed the plans and the programs of Guyana, especially in context of our low carbon development strategy, he said he must be here to work with Guyana in advancing this global solution to the problems we face. I just returned from Canada, and before I go into a bit of that, I want us to all remember our brothers and sisters in CARICOM who are bracing against what is now changing from a tropical storm to a hurricane. Many of them were to be here with us, our chairman, Roosevelt, Prime Minister Motley, but all of them had to return to be home. And we want them to know that our prayers and thoughts are with them. And we know the resilience of our people will help us through every difficulty the region faces. You know, one of the big questions leaders across the world, and these are leaders of country and leaders of industry, one of the big questions they're asking Guyana is, how are you guys doing it? In Ottawa, the question of inflation, increased prices for food, the debt burden countries are facing, the economic volatility is merging together and creating havoc in the developed world, much less developing economies. Here in Guyana, we have been able to create a policy mix and a policy matrix that is now being reflected on by many leaders across the world. But we do not take this type of leadership lightly. We understand with this type of interest, we have to demonstrate greater responsibility in everything we do. In the management of our oil and gas resources, although we are a newcomer, our innovative approach to this sector is creating headlines, and I must say positive headlines across the world. The investment matrix that we are using to propel growth and development is being talked about to the extent that our country today, in the next 12 months, will be hosting some of the most exceptional events right here in Guyana. Next weekend, for example, we'll be receiving regional leaders, not only from CARICOM, but from Africa and Europe, as the African Exim Bank will hold its annual general meeting and investment forum here in Guyana. These things do not happen by accident. These things happen because the world is looking at us from a different lens. The world is examining not Guyana's opportunities, but Guyana's leadership and Guyana's ability to make a meaningful change in the lives of the people across the world. That is why we have committed to a very important task. And we are very humble about this. The task that we have committed ourselves is to position Guyana in a world 2030 and beyond as a global leader on climate change, food security, and energy security. Our country, your country, young people, you will be part of this story where your country, your work, and your commitment will lead to Guyana being in a very good position on food, energy, and climate. Before I left Ottawa, we had many discourse. And one of the things that you will see very soon is work towards the building of a platform in the innovative realm of things. I think it was in Parliament that our ministers were laying out the vision whereby we want to create innovative jobs for Guyanese, the jobs of the future. And we are going to launch a program where we want to have at least 3,000 of our young people in these innovative jobs in the coming years. And Canada and Guyana will partner in developing the framework to provide the training to have our young people in these innovative jobs in the technological field. More importantly, in my recent visit to Costa Rica, we've agreed that our young people and young people from CARICOM, because we always position the region as part of the Development Trust. And our young people from CARICOM will be going to the regional headquarters of AICA to be trained in their innovation center and their center of excellence to come back here in Guyana. But why? Why are we sending them to train? AICA and the government of Guyana has agreed that we will develop a center of excellence for our young people in the field of agriculture here in Guyana for across the region. The Guyana School of Agriculture will be transformed into AICA Guyana Center of Excellence for studies in the field of agriculture, focusing on innovation and resilience. In the coming months, with AICA, we will be setting up here in Guyana a situation room that will give real-time data. It will be the development of a CARICOM situation room that will give real-time data to our farmers to allow evidence-based decision-making and more proactive planning in terms of our crop development and crop and growing. So that is another major initiative that Guyana will be leading, the development of a regional situation room. All of this would add to the already rich set of policies we have for our young people. The more than 20,000 Guyanese now studying on the Gold Scholarship Program. The development of youth entrepreneurship and innovation programs. They give you opportunities of owning your own business. Developing food production and agriculture in a more scientific way. And the full deployment of our human asset, especially our young people, in the participation of the growth, development, and advancement of our economy here in Guyana. To this end, in addition to all the projects and programs that the government is working on, we have been able to work with Exxon and the Greater Guyana Initiative to have a project 4.5 million US Agri-Innovation Project launch for Region 5, 10, and 2 over the next 3 days. And this business development, this innovation center, will be run and owned by young people, of which we want 35% to be women. Women-led business opportunity in the agribusiness framework. As we develop this holistic plan, and it is not agriculture, it is our food development system. We are focusing heavily on women and young people. By the time we get to 2030, the modern, innovative farms that will address the issues of resilience and sustainability must be owned by young people and women. That is the direction in which we are going. My friends, as I speak to you today, and you have heard our dear friend speak about the link between policy formulation and investment. The private sector has to be motivated to invest in agriculture. Unfortunately, our banking sector lacks the internal drive and the internal commitment to food security in the region. And I say so not because we want to pick a fight with the banking sector, but because I believe the banks across the region can do much more and should do much more in supporting food production, agriculture, and our farmers. But here in Guyana, I want to commend the local banking sector. Because of the policy formulation and the direction of the government, when you look at our investment in agriculture, over the last 3 years, our resource allocation to agriculture and farmers increased by over 300% to more than $33 billion. What followed this? What followed this in the last 3 years from the local banking sector is an increase in their lending to agriculture project by 61%. 61% increase in their lending to agriculture and food production. This tells a story that both in the public and private sector, there is great confidence in what we are doing in relation to the 25 by 2025 and in relation to the food production plan. And we are totally committed to the task of ensuring our food system is built in a strong and sustainable way. Today, food production and agriculture is changing globally. It is no longer guesswork. It is precise science. It is based on analysis of data. It is based on a timely dissemination of information. And the days in which we had to rely on extension officers to go to the fields and to meet community can no longer work. And we have recognized this in the government. We have recognized that technology gives us the opportunity to connect the farmers directly with the extension officers instantaneously. And part of the innovative investment that we will make here in Guyana is to create a proactive information sharing and response platform, which will be available to our farmers across the country. Not only when they need information or when they need data. But as we analyze situation, that information platform will be able to disseminate that information to farmers instantaneously, bringing them up to date and keeping them aware with what is going on. Information is key to the transformation. And we're going to make that investment in creating this information platform. So when you go into the fields, farmers would complain that we can't see the extension officers. Now we'll be connecting you directly with technology to those extension officers. And that is why the drive from the office of the Prime Minister and the Vice President in digitization is so key and critical for the transformation of our country. I said it before. The government has said it. The next 7 years is about making key investments that are so critical for our competitiveness. So digitization, and part of the digitization effort involves agriculture, infrastructure management, asset management. That is what it involves. So innovation and digitization is a key strategy towards the 25 by 2025 and towards a sustainable and resilient agriculture development. In addition to this, we are working on the regional food hub and on the issue of finance and insurance. Guyana has found many innovative models over the last 3 years to support our farmers under very difficult conditions. Our poultry farmers, because of innovative policies with the banking sector, we were able to reduce the interest rate of loans to the poultry sector by 2 to 4 percentage points. That is because of an innovative approach to the situation. We can't continue to complain about the issue of insurance. We have to come together to find a solution. How can we bring the insurance company together and develop a fiscal regime? How can we develop incentives to them that mitigate the risk and the vulnerability as a result of climate events so that they can offer insurance to the farmers at an affordable rate? We need to lock ourselves in a room and come up with that innovative model that will present a solution to the farmers. Guyana is committed to doing this. We are actively considering these things. You know, we don't have the type of revenue as yet that people ascribe to us, because that revenue will come after 2027. But what we have is commitment to the development of ideas and the deployment of brain power to improve the lives of our people. And that is what is key. We have to find resources because we are staying true to our commitment that before the end of our term, all these young people here and across Guyana will have free university education. We made that commitment. We don't need anyone to remind us of that commitment. We made that commitment, and in keeping with the principles and values of this government, we will stay true to that commitment. We will stay true to that commitment. Today, we cannot delink food security from energy security, because an important part of the food puzzle is energy. We cannot delink climate security from food security and energy security. That is why Guyana is proposing a new approach, a balanced approach. And we have the credibility to speak about a balanced approach towards global development on energy, climate, and food security. Because on the climate agenda, we are leaders. On the energy agenda, we are leaders. And on the food agenda, we are going to present that leadership. Our young people today would have greater access to land. And you know, I keep saying this, and I will say this nationally again. The modern way of producing food do not require an individual to own 500 acres of land and 1,000 acres of land. For a matter of fact, I think the Vice President addressed this at one of his press conferences. We don't have that land available anymore along the coast. This is a reality that is facing us. Our whole urban and semi-urban and rural development is going through a rethinking phase because the land resource along the coast is a finite quantum. That is why innovation must be a part of what we do. So the production of bell peppers that you could get on 10 acres of land, in 1 acre of shade house, you can get the same production. And what are we doing to ensure the young people, the many young people, and I'm very happy to see so many of you here. What are we doing to ensure you're part of this journey? As I speak to you, we are looking at a special scheme through which you can have land available to you. That is why we're investing in new roads, infrastructure, to open up thousands of acres of new land to be deployed into the production and productive capacity. There are 3 factors of production, old rule. And they all must work if you're to achieve productivity. And we are making that investment on your behalf. This government is committed to ensuring that these investments rebound to the benefit of all of you. Today, we have widened our register of government service providers. Many young people. And we call on the private sector also to widen their register of service providers. Because we have new entrants into the market. If we are to achieve the collective development and advancement of our country, then we must all do this together. There are some projects driven by the private sector over the last year that we must recognize at this investment forum. Today, we are moving closer and closer to realizing that by 2025, we will be fully sufficient in the production of corn and soya here in Guyana. And let me say to you that our vision is not only to be fully self-sufficient for Guyana, but we are taking the long look. With DR and CARICOM, this is a $1 billion market annually. A $1 billion market. The demand for corn is over 1 million tons. The demand for soya is about 600,000 tons. And our aim is to develop our corn and soy industry to take a great part of this market in the DR and CARICOM. And I want to salute all our investors in Region 9, the consortium, now going to Region 6, who are part of this development. I want us to put our hands together for these investors. We have 2 major dairy projects launched. Demerara Distillers Limited, an investment of $20 million US. And Amaya, a returning Guyanese, investing in a plant with a production capacity of 2,400 liters of milk per day. With that capacity, Amaya can buy 1.6 million Guyana dollars of milk per day. And they're committed to supporting their farmers in that community in Region 5 in buying this milk from that village to support their production. These are the small stories that are creating major impact in our communities across the country. The Shade House project, run by our young people, earning tens of millions of dollars, now supplying all the major hotels. Most time when you go to Marriott and so now you're eating the produce from that project by our young people. Let us put our hands together for our young people. Here in Guyana, we are not only talking the talk, we are walking the walk. Very recently, we reopened the Rose Hall Estate, putting back thousands of Guyanese back to work. These are not accidental development, that will be very clear. If we take the period, if we go through periods of development, and we look between 2015 and 2020, 2015 and 2020, lending to agriculture by the private sector was only 8.3%. That was the growth between 2015 and 2020. 8.3%. In the last 3 years, the growth is 60% lending for agriculture from the banking sector. What that tells you, that is not accidental. That is careful, deliberate planning and strategy. That is why when we make decisions, we have to make decisions that are in the interests of our future. And here in Guyana, we have to be credible about what we do. Whether it's in agriculture, energy, climate, the world must always see us as a credible people. So whenever we speak, they can trust us. They can trust our credibility. That is why we have the lowest deforestation rate in the world. That is why we can celebrate that our LCDS that sends 15% of the revenue earned directly to the indigenous people is a work of great planning. It is a global model. That is why when we speak about credibility, we have to honor, though we don't like it, but it's a matter of credibility. We have to honor contracts that even others entered. You can't walk away from it. If we walk away from a contract, all the ordinary Guyanese who are investing in apartment buildings, who are investing, now supplying food, all of them took loans to invest. What becomes of them? We don't have the luxury to be naive on matters. But at the same time, we show how credible we are, because we promise that any future production sharing agreement must be different. And we have stuck to that commitment, and we have modified it in the interest of Guyana and the Guyanese people. But that doesn't get the headline. One of the greatest power we have as a people is the power to think. It's the power to rationalize and analyze. And we have to tell a story. We, a government that is worth its salt, cannot allow anyone to define its narrative. We have a responsibility to back our policies. Our policies are sung. There is a reason why we're seeing global investors today. We have many investors from the DR here. They are here not as at an oil and gas investment forum. They are here at an agri-investment forum. We have investors from Asia. We have investors in the region, because they can align their business model with what we are doing here. They can align their expansion plans with what we are doing here. We have just launched, and this is important for agriculture too, because in the agri-food system, one of the important input will be low-cost energy. Because when you go for hydroponics and a more high-chain production process, the cost of energy becomes important. That is what determines how competitive you are. That is why the Gas to Shore project and the relaunch of the Amilas Falls Hydro project, in addition to what we're doing on solar and wind, will provide that platform for the agri-business sector to be competitive. And I'm saying all these things so our young people can understand the thinking that is going behind creating the opportunities for you. We are working with Cuba, not to study anymore. I've made it very clear. We don't want any studying relationship with anyone anymore. We have done enough of that. We are working with Cuba on the development of the honey industry. A team will come very soon. Oh, the team is here. Look, Ambassador said the team is already here. They will be working with our indigenous communities, with our communities where we have mangrove, with our communities on the highway. They'll be working with our communities in Canal, Region 10, Region 6, so that we can become a major producer of honey. And not only honey, but because of the variation of our forests, our citrus cultivation, our mangrove, it is different quality of honey. In the industry, black mangrove honey carries a different price from citrus honey. We are examining everything. And here is where we want the young people, all the graduates from the University of Guyana and the Guyana School of Agriculture. We are going to incorporate training in entrepreneurship for you. so that you're not coming out looking for jobs. You will be coming out creating opportunities, creating jobs, and creating wealth for yourself and the community in Guyana. We're working on rebuilding the cocoa and coffee industry. More than 3,000 acres of new land back into the cultivation of coconut plantation. 500% increase in our aquaculture. Planting rice in the hinterland. A wheat trial so that we would not be susceptible to global shocks. A 1,648% increase in CBOB in 2022. A 317% increase in finfish. All of this is as a result of investment. And when you want to ask where is the revenue going, these results tell you where the revenue is going. It is going in creating real opportunities. It is going in creating real opportunities for Guyanese all across our country. That is where the investment is going. Creating wealth, advancing the diversification of our economy, building our productive capacity, developing the regional food hub, moving towards agro-processing, the creation of a food value chain. Now we're going to invest in ensuring that we have our own hatchery facility here in Guyana to produce the hatching eggs, so we no longer have to import that. That will save millions of US dollars annually. And we understand that our consumption pattern here in Guyana in the region will change. We are already seeing the change in consumption pattern. So our production must be reorganized to meet that change in the consumption pattern now and in the future. There's a reason why our dear professor is here. Not because only of his accomplishment, but we want through the LCDS to work with our indigenous community on the utilization of the forest floor, the richness of the forest floor, for the production of high value, high cost organic products. A niche market. One, produced by indigenous people. Two, no disruption to the environment. Three, on the forest floor. This is where the world is going. The next generation of high-income and middle-income people globally would not be separated on who eat fish and who eat chicken. That value chain. It will be separated on who eat organic and who don't eat organic. That is how the value chain is changing. We have to position ourselves, position our investment in the realms of this value chain. Today, our young people has the best opportunity than any other generation in Guyana. You have the greatest opportunity ahead of you. But don't take these opportunities for granted. Do not take leadership for granted. Do not be misguided. An important component of development and prosperity is leadership. And we have always been consistent in our leadership. So my dear friends, I have approximately 425 pages prepared for me to tell you about all the investment we made in D&I, all the subsidies we give to farmers, how we help during the floods. Yes, there was no insurance, but the government of Guyana made resources available. How we brought back rice from the brink of collapse to sustainability and prosperity. The story of sugar, the story of our cash crop farmers. I don't know, I see Mr. Stacia here. Not so long ago, they were each given a big tax bill. Those stories are only 4 years old, but we can forget them very easily. Let me assure you that we are committed to positioning Guyana among the leaders on food security. Let me assure you that Vision 25 by 2025, the vision of CARICOM, will succeed. There is absolutely no room for failure. Hand in hand, we are already seeing St. Vincent, Barbados, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Jamaica, tremendous strides amid great difficulties, increased investment from governments, and strong commitment to expanding production in these countries. The work of the Ministerial Task Force of CARICOM cannot be understated. The energy and drive, and in this regard, the work of CARICOM, the Secretariat. The puzzle is coming together. It is ours to lose. It is ours to lose. We can no longer compete with each other. What we have to do is utilize each other's competitive advantage for the benefit of the region. The days for trade barriers among ourselves are over when it comes to food and agriculture. We set ourselves a deadline at the last CARICOM meeting, and that deadline is on the heads of COTED. As the incoming chair of CARICOM, that deadline is squarely there. This momentum that we have managed to get in this Canada CARICOM Summit. Agriculture is a major part of the program. The resources that will be programmed for the region, investment in agriculture is a major part of that program. Same with the US. We now have to ensure that regional institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank reorganize their project portfolio to reflect what is required to achieve Vision 25 by 2025. They have to reorganize their program portfolio to provide greater investment, to bring the commercial banks in the region together, to deploy their private sector window with the regional commercial bank. We have to build more consortium. Not everybody, as small as we are, investing in the same technology. That is why when we said that Guyana prosperity must be the prosperity of the region, that is why we are making these investments. A center of excellence in agriculture for our regional students and young people. A situation room that will serve all of the region. A data analytics center of excellence that will serve all of the region. when we met at IACA head office, the local rep is here. He can tell you that the complete focus was on regional initiative and how Guyana can support this. So in closing, I want to say to all of us here that it is not an easy task ahead. The road ahead will be very, very challenging, extremely challenging. As we sit here today, the leaders of this government, like the leaders all across the world, are worrying what will be the cost of oil, a barrel of oil, 5 days from now, 10 days from now, as a result of the conflict in the Middle East. Just like the effect of the war in Ukraine, we have to think ahead of this consequence. And we know the production level is not where it should be. In an environment in which access to financing is not only competitive, but is harsh, we have to be very strategic and careful in our planning. What you can rely on in this government is responsible, careful, people-driven, people-oriented policies for the advancement and development of our country. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Useless information again. By the middle of your speech, the temperature had risen to 34 degrees. I'm sure. I'm using AccuWeather today. I'd like to ask the students who will be with the president when he's cutting the ribbon to please go to the... Thank you. They're making that move. Once the students get there, we'll ask Their Excellencies, the President and Mrs. Ali, to make their way down the center aisle. And then, hold on, not yet, sir, not yet. We're trying to get some things in place. Just trying to get the students in place. They were listening attentively, so we couldn't move them then. We had a peculiar vantage point this morning. All the way up until after the end of your speech, there were still young people coming in, students in groups from schools in uniform. So it's pretty dense at the back there now. So when the President and the First Lady head to the place where the ribbon will be cut, we're inviting those persons seated in the first row, the ministers of cabinet, to give some space and then follow their excellencies to the place where we're cutting the ribbon. And then we'll see how we get other persons to that place, because, like I said, it's pretty crowded. Could we let the president go now? Yes, yes, sir. While you stand for His Excellency and Mrs. Ali to go to the ribbon cutting, please remain in your places. Thank you very much. And by way of general information, once the ribbon is cut and Their Excellencies start the tour, the exhibition will then be open for everyone else who's present today. Thank you.
So the cutting ribbon. Joining us for the opening ceremony of Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. As Alex was saying, the Expo officially opens now, so feel free to visit the over 180 exhibits. Lots of exciting products, initiatives, prizes, and so much more up for grabs. Other special invitees are invited into the Arthur Chung Conference Center for refreshments. Do have a safe and enjoyable rest of this.
Hi, and welcome back once again. This is the opening ceremony of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2023. I'm Kristen Macklingham, and this is Christopher Holder. Now, we heard a series of speeches, and the last speaker was our president, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, who spoke about youth and the development of the country, not only in terms of agriculture, but other areas as well. And he spoke to the theme of the Expo this year, Accelerating Vision 20. All right, so now I'm going to hand you over to Lyndon Davison, who is at the ribbon cutting ceremony, where His Excellency and First Lady Arya Ali are going to be cutting the ribbon in a few minutes.
On your screens now, you should be seeing the First Lady of Guyana and, of course, the President and the Prime Minister, Minister of Agriculture. We see several government ministers as well, as they have just cut the ribbon, and they're going to do their walkthrough of the various booths that are here. Remember, we were talking about over 180 exhibits will be featured here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We've got a number of businesses and, of course, those agro-processors as well that are going to be featured here as part of the Expo. President Ali just made a stop at Macorp, and, of course, he's engaging with persons there from Macorp. We have a number of young people that are out here as well as part of the Expo. We see a number of school children, primary, secondary, and even nursery school students, and I saw some tertiary students as well that are here. Interestingly enough, the President did talk, and he alluded to the fact that young people will play a very significant and crucial role in the agriculture sector, and you're talking about the future of agriculture in Guyana, and with the significant investments that have already been made in the agriculture sector, we're going to see even more significant investments in the sector moving forward. The President alluded to that project in collaboration with ExxonMobil that will be able to target specifically our young people in Regions 2, Regions 5, Regions 10, and of course we're talking about $4.5 million being given or earmarked for that particular project, and it's an innovation project targeting young people. And one of the things he alluded to as well in his keynote address is the fact that 35% of that particular project, the innovation project, should and must be made up of women. So there's that component that allows for our women folk who have already been playing key and critical roles in agriculture to continue doing so. So significant investments, again, being made in the agriculture sector, but this time particularly targeting our young people. And even last year, the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, that was one of the points which really came through from all of the regional leaders, and President Ali and the Minister of Agriculture as well, and even the Deputy Secretary General today in their address allude to the fact that young people really need to play a very key and crucial role when it comes to agriculture and the way forward in terms of where we see the agriculture sector going in Guyana. President Ali continued in his keynote address to emphasize the government's commitment to the development of the sector. Of course, he spoke about all the investments that we've seen so far in all the different areas, but we're going to continue to see a lot more investments in the sector. And we are here in this particular area, like I said, where you're going to see a number of prominent companies here in Guyana being featured in this particular avenue. And of course, once they get to the back of the avenue, there's where you have the main area where you're going to see the number of businesses being featured there as well, having their booths there. You're going to see a number of agro-processors, local and international agro-processors as well, will be featured in that area. Over some 30 international companies being set up at the back there as well in terms of agro-processors. And then you have those companies, over 150 of them, who will have their booths and businesses set up there. So the Agri-Investment Forum 2023 has officially been declared open here with the ribbon cutting ceremony a little while ago with the President, the First Lady, the Prime Minister, and several government ministers, as well with the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM and representatives from ECA doing that ribbon cutting a little while ago. As the President continues to make his walk through here, I can tell you that I see there's MacCorp, there's E-Networks, there is Caribbean Chemicals, we've got SAW Mechanical Workshop, we've got some other companies from throughout the Caribbean that are here. There's Tosi Prasad Limited and a number of other companies, Guide Track, and all those other companies are featured in this particular part of the avenue. I alluded to the fact that there are lots of young people streaming by where I am currently, and they are getting an opportunity as well to be able to see what is going on here at the Agri-Expo, interacting with some of the persons from the different companies. Of course, this presents the perfect opportunities for young people to get involved in the sector, to see what is really happening, what are some of the opportunities that are available in the sector, and where, you know, maybe in trying to find their niche as well, because as they exit the secondary schools, there will be opportunities for them to be able to get involved in some of these companies that are playing a crucial role within the agriculture sector. Well, one of the things I must tell you is that in his address earlier, the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Alexis, he alluded to the fact that we're talking about some 70% of food will be needed by 2050. And this, he said, presents the perfect opportunity for the region to be able to ramp up its food production. And he even went a little further in alluding to Guyana's contribution, or the role that Guyana will play, particularly as it relates to being able to feed not just the Caribbean, but being able to feed the world as well. We know that President Ali and, of course, the Minister of Agriculture alluded to the fact that we're talking about Guyana being poised when it comes to land and water. And in one part of his address, the President alluded to the fact that the lands on the coast that we are so accustomed to being able to develop and use for agriculture, a lot of innovation in terms of where the agriculture will be seen and where agriculture will go in the future. A lot of those lands, you're talking about 3 acres of land being used for production of any particular crop. Sometimes you may have to use a less in terms of the amount of land, maybe 1 acre, to develop the same amount of crops, and that's where the innovation comes in. So in terms of where the future of agriculture is, the investments are being made to ensure that we get to a place where we can really maximize on our production in a shorter period of time, and of course using less land space. All right, the Minister of Agriculture in his address alluded to the fact that there are significant investments in poultry and livestock, in rice, in sugar, and corn, soya, and all those other areas that we've been talking about. And at the top of the program, we spoke about the diversification of the sector. And that is one of the fundamental things which came through again today, even with the presentations that we heard from the Deputy Secretary General, from the Minister of Agriculture, and of course His Excellency the President, President Ali as well. President Ali alluded to the fact that we're talking about investments in agriculture that grew by over some 300% since his government took office in 2020. So we're talking about a whopping 300% growth in terms of investment in a 3-year period. And of course, the banks, he alluded to the fact that there are a lot more opportunities for investments from the banking sector. Given that there's confidence in the economy, there's confidence in the policies that the administration have already implemented, the banking sector has been following suit as well. President Ali alluded to the soundness of the policies implemented by government, and the fact that in the agriculture sector, in terms of food security, we've been seeing, and even in the oil and gas industry as well, with the ripple effects of investments coming from there, a lot more monies can be made available to be able to develop the agriculture sector even further. I alluded to the fact that the free education is one of the things which was touted by the government of Guyana, the PPPC government, in its campaign and its manifesto promise, and the president alluded to the fact that that will be one of the realities that we will see before the term comes to an end in 2025. And of course, with the amount of young people that are here today at the Investment Forum and Expo, I'm sure that is welcoming news for all of the young persons that are gathered here today, given the fact that we're going to be talking about free education, tertiary education, becoming a reality by 2025. I mentioned innovation, which is going to be a very, very key thing moving forward, and innovation being the future of agriculture. And of course, the president talked about the fact that when he was in Canada as well, there will be a project that will benefit some 3,000 young people. We're talking about an initiative. Guyana and Canada will partner to create innovative jobs for over 3,000 young people in technology. So again, all the young people that are here today, that must be welcoming news for them, given that there will be significant opportunities for young people in terms of technology. We know that technology will play a very key and crucial role in agriculture, given that we're talking about climate change and the fact that in this particular part of the region, climate change is very, very impactful. Just before the official ceremony got underway, we were told the Prime Minister of Barbados was actually supposed to be here in Ghana, and President Ali alluded to Roosevelt Skerrit as well coming to Ghana, but then had to make that turn back to their countries, given the fact that tropical storm developed into a hurricane. And of course, that is what the region is being plagued with when it comes to climate change. We're seeing a lot more of those tropical storms. Even in Guyana, we're seeing a lot more rainfall. I know that we're in a period of drought right now, but a lot of rainfall we saw earlier last year and the year before. There were significant floodings in several areas and some of those farming communities. But even then, the government stepped up and, of course, offered assistance to those farmers. And investments were made in drainage and irrigation to ensure that we, as a country, are really able to stay on top of that. And that's what I'm talking about in terms of technology. Technology will play a very key role when it comes to us here in Ghana being able to maximize on the opportunities that are available in the agriculture sector. And the government recognizes that, the regional partners recognizes that as well, and the importance and the key role that technology will play when it comes to us being able to really contribute to food security here in the region. So, and that particular project with ExxonMobil is going to come in very, very handy. That $4.5 million project, where you're going to see significant investments in technology and innovation being developed in regions 2, 3, and 5 for those persons there. President Ali spoke about the Center of Excellence that will be created in Guyana for students from across the region in collaboration with AICA. And of course, you will continue to see the benefits of those particular initiatives. Once that Center of Excellence is created, it will train students from across the region. You know, Guyana is going to play a major role in this initiative of 25 by 2025. And we're seeing significant investments in that area where training will be offered right here in Guyana for young people throughout the region to be able to truly capitalize on those opportunities that are available in agriculture. So as we continue to, I know on your screens you're seeing the president and of course the persons getting a chance to do their walkthrough here at the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. The president stopping and taking an opportunity to interact with patrons that are out here, taking pictures, interacting with those persons who have their booths out here in this particular avenue that we're in. And once you get into the Arthur Chung Conference Center, you will get to the front where you see that main area which is set up where we just had the opening ceremony. You turn left and you come down to the avenue where you have those air-conditioned booths, and that's where we are at the moment because that's where the ribbon-cutting ceremony just happened. And once you get to the back of the auditorium or the Arthur Chung Conference Center, you will encounter the main area, the main auditorium, where you have those booths, over some 150 booths set up in that particular area. And then you have the agro-processors area as well, that booth for agro-processors, where you have over 100 of them set up there. And of course, like I mentioned, you have some 30 international companies that are being featured there as well. President Ali alluded to the significant investments being made in the agro-processor sector as well, to be able to ensure that our agro-processors really step up their production, one, the quality of products they produce, and of course, in terms of the packaging, really being able to meet international standards. And if, as a country, we really want to compete on the international stage with our products, then we must be able to see significant investments in those sectors. The banking sector is on board with those agro-processors to get their products out up and going. And of course, in terms of the packaging and the quality, there have been loans, there have been significant grants, there have been really competitive interest rates for those agro-processors, and of course, on a large scale for those persons who are involved in other types of farming, livestock production. And we've got, even in the black water shrimp production area, we've seen significant types of investment in those areas in Region 6 and in other areas as well across the region, across the country, where we've seen a development of the black water shrimp production in Guyana. We know that there's one of the things which is in high demand, of course, around the world, in particular parts of the world, as Guyana continues to really play a significant role in food production here. Right, so on your screens again, you should be seeing the president and of course the government ministers. We have persons from CARICOM, the Deputy Secretary General from CARICOM. We have the folks from AICA that are here. We have all the other companies and regional organizations that are here represented, showing their support for the role and the work that Guyana has been playing as it relates to food security. Remember, our food import bill stands at a whopping $5 billion US, and of course the governments of the region are looking for us to be able to make significant inroad into that food import bill by really being able to develop our own food and to lower that bill by 25% by 2025, which means that we're going to have to significantly ramp up food productions in several areas, and we've been seeing Guyana doing that, and the regional leaders have been giving their support for the work and initiatives being implemented here in Guyana to ensure that we get to a place where we can truly say that we are food secure. And CARICOM has been playing an integral role as it relates to that as well. President Ali alluded to the conversations that were had in Canada with the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, as well, as part of that CARICOM Canada Forum just earlier this week. And the recognition of the important role that Guyana is playing on a world stage. You know, President Ali has been an advocate and a very strong advocate for the work that Guyana has been doing in terms of agriculture and in several other areas. He even alluded to our low carbon development strategy. We must be able to mention that particular program as well, because it has significant benefits for us here in Guyana and for the world as large. And the world recognizes the important role that Guyana has been playing as it relates to the LCDS. We know that a number of the communities within the interior locations of Guyana, and of course all of the Amerindian communities across Guyana, will benefit significantly from proceeds coming from the low carbon development strategy. We're talking about that project that has been the MOU signed rather with Hess Corporation, which allows us to have millions of dollars to be able to invest in terms of projects in our Amerindian communities across Guyana. And earlier in the year, we saw at the Two South Council and had an opportunity to hear from Amerindian brothers and sisters about some of the initiatives that they are working on in their regions, in their communities, from proceeds of the LCDS program. And of course, Guyana will continue to play a significant role as it relates to that. President Ali alluded to the leadership that Guyana has been playing on the international stage, and Guyana will continue to play significant roles when it comes to food security, energy security, and even climate change. And the world has been recognizing Guyana's role when it comes to that particular type of leadership being presented. President Ali alluded as well to the fact that you're seeing a lot of conferences, very important conferences coming to Ghana. And he said it's not, by no chance that is happening. It's not by chance. It's definitely one of those things that is happening because of the leadership that Guyana has been providing on the international stage. So as our coverage continues here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, I'll now toss you over to another one of my colleagues who will give you more information as relates to what is happening here as part of the Agri-Investment Forum right here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center.
And there you have it, folks. The Agri-Fest and the Agri-Expo Investment Forum has officially been declared open. Behind me, you can see a number of people visiting the various booths in the auditoriums, and our Excellency, President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, along with First Lady Arya Ali, they're walking, they're heading in there, along with the Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips, and other government officials, international representatives, foreign heads of mission, a lot of people, including hundreds of school children, are taking the opportunity to tour and visit the various booths that are up and about, having a lot to display, as you can see. Persons continue to trickle in from different directions to make sure that they visit as many booths as possible. Now, this expo, this investment forum actually is geared towards pushing agriculture and the development of agriculture, not only in Guyana, but the Caribbean at large. President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali also spoke about the propelling of the growth and development, not only for the average Guyanese, but for the young people. In fact, he says that his government is committed to the task of positioning Guyana for being a world leader by 2030 in regards to climate change, food insecurity, that is, and energy security. Now, he said the vision is to create innovative jobs of the future, and a program is to be launched where at least 3,000 young people in these innovative jobs can benefit. Now, this is going to be a partnership, a collaborative effort between Canada and Guyana, and also an agreement with Costa Rica will see a number of young people, not only from Guyana, but other Caribbean countries, benefiting from Costa Rica's Innovation Center and Center of Excellence. And he also committed to the end of the term, before the end of the term in 2025, that young people will have free university education. Now, folks, I'd like to thank you for staying with us as we had the opening ceremony today. And I would like to thank you on behalf of teams NCN and DPI and ask you to stay tuned to NCN Channel 11 for more updates throughout the day. Thank you. Yes, I just did, because we're in front here and they didn't move towards the auditorium and I can't see anything else. Where? Are you coming here? Hello? Oh! Keep mixing the shots. We still on air. Okay. Please to the mic. today's coverage with myself. I will be joined by Lyndon Davidson, who will be discussing a little bit more with me about what is happening. Persons are continuing to enter this facility.
Hello, how are you?
Where they can learn more about what Guyana has to offer, as well as the booth and what the producers, both local and foreigners, are willing to offer not only for Guyana and the Caribbean, but other countries. As you can see, many persons are interested in different types of products, food items, agricultural facilities, even thinking about having partnerships here. And we know that this is going to be a very productive and beneficial initiative for everyone, not only the government of Guyana and the other countries participating, but the local farmers and producers who are pushing and trying to propel the agriculture industry here. Now, other officials visiting various booths, trying to learn more and perhaps even establish themselves in this event. There we have some beautiful products on display. Some of these booths are filled to maximum capacity, and we're seeing the school children, of course, visiting. There we have some students in their uniform proudly taking photographs and enjoying the moment with the president. Agriculture Minister Zulfikar Mustafa is there as well. He's also trying to see what persons are offering, and there he is, along with the head of the Guyana Marketing Corporation, Tashana Lal. A number of agriculture ministry staffers are also on the ground trying to lend support and offer technical advice to persons who may be interested in starting up a business. And there we have our finance minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. A number of other government ministers are in various parts of the main auditorium. Persons continue to discuss ideas and talk about initiatives, and in fact some of these persons are not Guyanese, but they're speaking to locals, trying to link partnerships and exchange ideas. The president, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, is walking around taking a tour of the other ends of the auditorium. There, more school children are rushing towards the president to have their photos taken. Bright, brilliant smiles on their faces. Now, the president has always been a very vibrant and energetic person, and almost every event that he goes to where there are a number of school children, everyone just keeps rushing to him. And actually now I'm being joined by Lyndon Davidson. Hi, Lyndon.
Hey, Kristen, what's going on?
Nothing much.
Well, we've seen a lot of things this morning. We've heard a lot from our leaders as well. And one of the things I was saying a little while ago is some of the things that the president alluded to, particularly as related to young people. I know you were talking about the fact that you're seeing a lot of our young people on the screens a little while ago. But a lot of the investments that we're going to see coming on board very shortly are targeting our young people to get involved in agriculture. I know you're one of those persons who's very passionate about, young people and women getting involved in agriculture. What are your thoughts on the president, this particular project that was spoken about a little while ago, the innovation project in collaboration with ExxonMobil? We're going to see a lot of our young people getting involved with that. And the president said that there must be 30% of women in that particular project. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm all for that because not only Guyana, but the world over, everybody is aiming towards, gender equality and having a balance. And me being a female, I'm proud that although when I was young, I'm not old, right? But although when I was a really young child, I did not have these opportunities available, that the younger generation now can benefit tremendously from not only oil and gas opportunities, but other opportunities in several other sectors. Agriculture, for instance. When I was a little girl, we never even thought that these things that we have now would have been possible.
Yeah.
And actually, there's so many women operating heavy-duty machinery, a lot of women running businesses in agriculture. Their spouses, their husbands, their children are actually at the back while they're at the forefront taking charge. Because you might disagree with me, or you might agree, I'm not sure, but they do say that women would make better leaders when it comes to economies and economics and stuff like that, because we have to manage households, we have to manage budgets, we have to take care of family.
Yeah.
And I'm more than happy to know that someday women will be the leaders in agriculture.
Yeah, and I'm not going to even try to turn that into a debate because I do agree that there are very key and fundamental roles that women can play in the agriculture sector, and I think the president and the government of Ghana recognizes that. Hence, that 35% that he alluded to in terms of women being able to benefit from that particular program. One of the things he mentioned as well, he said that young people today, they have the best opportunities for success. And given the trajectory of Guyana's economy and all that stuff, we're going to see a lot of young people play very key roles in a lot of the sectors, and agriculture being one of them as well. But he alluded to the fact that leadership is going to be very critical, and you alluded to that just now in terms of leadership role. Sometimes it's not easy to find leaders or true leaders or good leaders, but I think as we see a lot of investments being made in agriculture in the different areas in terms of the innovation and the technology program in collaboration with Canada, we're going to see a lot of leaders being birthed out of those initiatives where the investments are being made. So the future is really bright for not just Guyana, but for the region when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to energy security, and of course solutions for the climate problems that we are facing as small island development states in these parts. We know the president of Guyana and the Prime Minister of Barbados, and of course several of our leaders as well have been championing and pushing the fact that as a region here, we really need to be able to have investments in innovation and technology when it comes to climate change, because we know we're being affected by that in these parts. Guyana is not excluded because we've had those floods in recent years as well.
Yes, and you know what I keep saying I really, really love about our president, Dr. Mohamed Irfan, is that he's so vibrant. He's on the battlefield, for want of a better term, to make sure that Guyana is on the map. And not just Guyana, but he represents CARICOM and he represents them well. And I'm so proud and happy of the fact that a number of training initiatives and a number of beneficial opportunities are coming not only to Guyana, but to CARICOM member states through efforts by our president, Dr. Mohamed Irfan. In fact, for instance, when you spoke about the training in Canada, Canada is one of the leading countries when it comes to training in a number of areas. And President Dr. Mohamed Irfan continues to visit several countries outside of CARICOM, all over the world, across the globe, trying to lobby not only for Guyana, but for CARICOM, and he is a true representative for the cause.
Yeah, when you look at all the attention that Guyana has been receiving, and a lot of it has been because of the opportunities that are available within the oil and gas sector, but we've been talking a lot about the ripple effect that the oil and gas sector has in terms of opportunities in other areas as well. We've got investors that are here as part of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. There are some investors from the Dominican Republic, the president alluded to that, not just seeking opportunities in oil and gas, because we know there's the talk of the oil refineries and that type of thing being built, and of course other partnerships with the DR, but they're here looking for opportunities in agriculture, and it just tells you that investors are looking at Guyana because of, one, yes, you have those opportunities out of the oil and gas sector, but the policies of the government of Guyana, some of the policies have been implemented to get the sector going. We talk about, or what Guyana is traditionally known for in terms of rice and sugar, but we can no longer can we say that Guyana is just known for rice and just known for sugar. Guyana is obviously known for so many other things within the oil and gas within the agri sector. You look at what's on screen at the moment, and you see a barrage of vegetables and and I think is that ground provision and all the stuff that is there. There's significant opportunities for significant opportunities for investments in those areas. You're talking about corn and soybean and all of these things that Guyana is going to be getting involved with. So there's significant opportunities available.
And then two decades ago, how would you have thought that we would have been such major producers of soya and corn?
Mm-hmm.
Would you know? Because technically, 2 decades ago, all we knew about was sugar and rice.
Yeah.
Maybe we heard a little bit about the cash crops and the livestock and the fishing industry, but the diversification drive that this government has embarked upon has been massive, and not just massive, but they've done so much in such a short period.
Yeah.
And we're expecting even greater things by the end of this first term.
Yeah, I got excited when I heard the president talk about the innovation and the technology that's going to be used in taking the sector to another level. Traditionally when the crops are grown one particular type of way here in Guyana, you plow your land or you fork up the beds and whatever, and we're good. So now we're talking about moving away from all of that. There's the hydroponics and all that stuff that we're going to be implementing on a larger scale, rather to really get our production going. And then obviously you have a lot of now drones being used to spray our fields. You don't necessarily need the fellas to go in there and put their lives at risk and all that. So the technologies are going to be used and implemented to really get this sector going. And as we continue to see those investments, maybe in the next 5 to 10 years or so, I really truly believe that we haven't even scratched or the surface in terms of the capacity here in Guyana in terms of agriculture. Yes, we are ripe with the lands, and yes, we are ripe with the water systems and that type of thing in terms of irrigation. But with the technologies coming on board now, you can only think of the possibilities that can be derived from the agriculture sector here in Guyana.
Yes, indeed. And there on screen, we're seeing our president, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. He was moments ago inspecting a watermelon. It looks like he's about to sample one of these pieces of watermelon.
And that's the beauty about, I think what a lot of people like about President Ali, the down-to-earth nature that he has. Yes, a lot of people think of a president acting a type of way and whatever. President Ali is one of those persons. He's not afraid to really go out there and meet the common man, talk to them, sit down. Just recently we saw the images of him going to the corners, the guys on the street corner vendors, and being out there at 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. in the morning and doing that. That's just definitely, that's the nature of the president. And really, when I spoke about leadership a little while ago, and I think that's what he was alluding to, in the fact that you really need leadership as well. It's not just about having those investments in areas where young people will benefit, but you need our young people to be really be able to rise up as well and take opportunities available to lead.
There he is. There he was representing Guyana very well just now, sharing out pieces of watermelon, not just to members of his cabinet, but to also some of the visitors from CARICOM member states. And there he is with a big smile on his face. And that looks like a very juicy piece of watermelon.
Yeah, I see you zoning in on this watermelon, Kristen. But yes, with all the booths that are here, Kristen, you have fruit vendors, persons who have vegetables and all that. But you can think of the plethora of vendors and persons who have booths out here at the Agri-Expo. You have those agro-processors, over 100 of them, 30 of them being some foreign companies that are here. But then you think about all the local companies. Think of the possibilities and what this forum can do for all of those investors that are here. Yes, you have those major companies like Caribbean Chemicals and Marcorp and all these major companies, but the small companies, think of the opportunities that they are having or that can be derived from this expo with all the investors that are here. Can you imagine what that will do for their business and for the growth of their business, even though we have small and medium scale businesses, the possibilities that exist?
What's catching my eyes right now, Lyndon, is not only the fresh fruits and vegetables and ground provisions, but Guyanese have come out in their numbers in these booths displaying the arts and craft. You can see leather slippers and handbags. I saw that earlier as well. And a number of foreigners continue to be interested in these earrings. Look at these beautiful earrings. And they're not just there for style. Some of them were made with a story. The feathers used by the indigenous communities, the type of wood used to make some of the sculptures, even paintings.
And what I like about that is the fact that we really get to share a piece of our culture with persons from the Caribbean region or regional brothers and sisters. Of course, for those investors that are coming from internationally as well, they get a chance to really, to experience Guyanese culture. And of course, they can be able to buy those and take them back. So a small business like that, and as I was talking about just now, somebody who just makes earrings, or even the Mobby lady that we know on Main Street. I was having a conversation with her the other day, and she was excited about being here at the Agri-Expo. Given the fact everybody knows Mobby lady, particularly in Georgetown, and for persons who, for visitors who come into the country and go on Main Street, but now she has an opportunity to interact with investors. Somebody who might have never heard about Mobby, and maybe she getting a chance to sit and talk about what she's been doing, because as a retired head teacher, she's now playing her trade, making Mobby and stuff like that. She's packaging it and all that. Think about her Mobby getting to shelves in Trinidad and Barbados and whatever, or even the DR. You got folks from the DR here. They may be interested after tasting it. They may be interested in getting Mobby in the Dominican Republic. So the opportunities I'm talking about that would be available from things like that.
I call a spade, and not because I'm Guyanese, but Guyanese are some really talented and artistic and creative people, and they have so much to offer. But many persons weren't able to showcase or offer things in previous years because of opportunities. And this administration, especially in this term, they continue to embark upon initiatives that will provide opportunities to the young, the old, anyone, everywhere, all across the country, regardless of ethnicity, religion, demographic locations.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to visit Region 5, where they had the commissioning of the model farm in Region 5, and there are plans to ensure that several other regions are able to benefit from model farms like those. Whilst there, of course, I spoke with a number of folks from NARI. NARI is spearheading that particular initiative, of course, with leadership from the Ministry of Agriculture in itself. But that particular initiative, which is the model farm, really allows our farmers across the country to see, and I heard you and Chris talking about it earlier, in terms of systems and other means that they can use to really be able to deal with climate change. You have the shade houses, you got the, Chris was talking about the nets and stuff that farmers can use, and then you've got mulching is one of those areas as well, one of those techniques that farmers can use to be able to deal with the heat that we're experiencing. So you're talking about investments, you're talking about opportunities that are available to people now. A model farm like that in Region 5 will soon be commissioned in Regions 2, in Region 3, Region 4, 6, and other regions. Can you think of the, again, possibilities that can be derived from farmers getting an opportunity to truly see how things like those work? And then there's the climate smart agriculture is what we're talking about. I got a chance to see the black belly sheep in Region 5, and the way how they are encouraging farmers to be able to really get their livestock going. They have, instead of the traditional way of doing it, they have these I want to call them huts, but I'm calling them huts. I'm not sure what the exact name is, but they're rearing them in such a way that it's easy to clean. They have the food, water that's available right there as well, but it's easy to clean, and it's of course a smart way of doing agriculture, and then obviously being able to maximize on your production. So, and again, the model farm offers farmers within those regions the opportunity to be able to see that. So we're moving away from the traditional way of how we're doing agriculture in Guyana. Yes, it might be a little bit expensive, but think on the long term in terms of the benefits that you can get from those.
That is definitely the way forward, especially with how not only the Caribbean, but the world over is going towards advancement and making things easier, living in a cleaner and safer environment as well. Now, the President, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, in his address also spoke about new roads being built. Now, while he said that it was for expanding the infrastructure sector and to make lands available for housing, but one of the main things is also to make lands available for production, for agriculture purposes, open out new areas in new regions at new locations so that more lands can be available that will be suitable not only for one type of farming or livestock rearing, but that can be developed not only by locals, but by persons living outside of Guyana, where they can link partnerships, bring back things in Guyana, and also push the Caribbean forward. Yeah,
definitely. And of course, added to that, you're talking about the investments that we've already seen in the sector, particularly by the government of Guyana. You're talking about over 300% growth in investments in the agri-sector since in the last 3 years. So you're talking about all the opportunities that are there in terms of the investments in the sector, but the government has been ensuring that it's almost like you put your money where your mouth is, as we normally say in Guyana. You're not just talking. You're not talking investments. You're not talking agriculture. The government alluded to the fact that we know the challenges the sugar industry had. We saw recently Rose Hall started the production of sugar again. Investments being made as it relates. Definitely. You know, so again, we're talking about really putting your money where your mouth is and really backing up those things which you say you're going to do.
Yes. In fact, they're going to provide over 1,000 more hectares of land to Blairmont, Albion, other estates because sugar is on the rise. Sugar will continue to be a major part of Guyana, not only for exportation purposes, but for providing jobs, forms of incomes to thousands of people, mainly along the areas of Berbice and in Region 3 and elsewhere. But their families, their children, their cousins, their relatives, their grandparents, they will all benefit from this.
Definitely. And again, you're talking about the significant amount of monies that we make in the oil and gas sector. But one of the things that the government has been passionate about and very, and in terms of the commitment, is to ensure that you see the monies from the oil and gas sector being used in so many areas. You spoke about roads just now, and we're seeing that. We're seeing the infrastructural upgrades. We're seeing development in regions that you travel across Guyana. You're literally seeing the transformation that is taking place in literally every region that you go to. I was talking a little while ago about the low carbon development strategy, and you and I had an opportunity to interact with those two shows and those village councils and stuff that were here recently for the two shows council, and how monies from the LCDS is actually going into those communities. You actually had a glimpse of some of the things which those communities are benefiting from because of monies coming out from the low carbon development strategy. And similarly, in terms of monies from oil and gas, you get from oil and gas, monies being invested to ensure that the sectors are diversified, particularly the agriculture sector.
Yes, indeed, and that's where we're heading. Those Tushaus were so happy to be receiving these monies that they in the community could actually use the way that they wanted. Because in some indigenous communities, while they might need tractors and trailers and combines and other things, some of the other indigenous communities would prefer other things because they have different projects. They have different ideas on how to run their community, what will bring in an income, what will help their community members sustain themselves, provide employment, whether it's in the construction industry, the furniture industry, whatnot. But they were more than happy, and they are so glad that the administration has embarked upon such a drive for them. Likewise, in terms of the oil and gas proceeds, a lot of people are expecting much more. And in fact, sometimes we have to be honest. Some of the expectations might not be realistic at the moment, but it's all about long-term benefits, nothing short-term, because that wouldn't make sense, Lyndon.
Yeah. You know, we saw the president with his walkthrough a little while ago, Kristen, getting an opportunity to really interact with the exhibitors that are here, whether agro-processors or whether persons who may have their small and medium-scale businesses, even large-scale businesses here as well. So the forum aspect of the Agri-Investment Forum will get underway really soon, where you get the organizations, the institutions from across the region and even here in Guyana can really sit around the table and, of course, come up with solutions to some of the issues that we're having within the agriculture sector and looking at investment opportunities. That particular part of this exercise here will get underway soon. And we saw the president doing his walkthrough along with the Minister of Agriculture and cabinet ministers as well. So this is where you and I should bring this part of the broadcast to a close. And of course, I want to thank you for providing coverage a little while ago, earlier this morning, you along with Chris, and for the information that you have provided, and of course for those persons who were tuning in this morning.
Well, thank you too, Lyndon. It's always a pleasure with you, and I'd like to thank the viewers for having